Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient book vanished on a night when mist crawled like spectral fingers across the rolling hills of the Shire. Hobbit Folhada Silver had left the tome, bound in leather tanned before the founding of Hobbiton and inscribed with characters that gleamed like liquid silver when moonlight touched them, upon his study desk for merely a moment while he brewed evening tea. Upon his return, the window stood ajar, the curtains fluttering in the chill autumn breeze, and the space where the book had rested lay empty, save for a single copper coin of foreign mintage, stamped with the image of a prancing pony. Panic seized Hobbit's heart as he clutched the coin in trembling fingers. The book had been his family's sacred trust for 17 generations, though none in living memory could decipher its contents. His grandfather had whispered to him on his deathbed that should the book ever leave their possession, a darkness would awaken that could devour the very magic that wove the world together. "Bree," Hobbit murmured, recognizing the coin's origin. The thief leaves a taunt or a trail. Dawn found him trudging eastward along the Great East Road, a pack of provisions on his back, his father's brass-tipped walking stick in hand, and determination burning in his heart despite the anxiety that gnawed at his edges. Hobbit was no adventurer. His days were spent cataloguing the botanical specimens of the Shire and transcribing old tales into meticulous volumes. His knowledge of the wider world came from books and travelers, accounts, not personal experience, yet he walked onward, each step carrying him farther from home than he had ever ventured. 3 days later, the village of Bree rose before him, a jumble of structures built by men and hobbits alike, surrounded by a weathered hedge and wooden gate. The prancing pony inn dominated the central square, its windows glowing with warm light as dusk settled over the countryside. Rain began to fall as Hobbit approached, pattering against his oiled cloak and turning the dirt streets to rivulets of mud. The common room of the inn buzzed with the conversations of travelers, merchants, and local farmers. Humans towered over the scattered hobbits, while a trio of dwarves occupied a corner table, their beards elaborately braided and adorned with silver clasps that clinked against their tankards when they drank. Hobbit found an unoccupied bench near the hearth and ordered a half-pint of ale, his eyes constantly scanning the room while attempting to appear inconspicuous. "You look lost, halfling," came a deep voice from the shadows beside the hearth. "Or perhaps searching for something or someone." The speaker leaned forward, revealing a weathered face framed by steel-grey hair. Though dressed in the simple garb of a traveler, something in his bearing suggested nobility fallen from grace. A straightness of spine, a certain set to his jaw. Most notable were his eyes, grey as storm clouds and penetrating as arrows. "I seek a thief," Hobbit replied carefully. "One who took something precious from my family." "Ah," the man nodded slowly. "Another piece taken, then you are not the first to come seeking lost treasures in recent months." He extended a hand. "Arathorn was once my name, though few remember it now. These days, most simply call me the Grey Captain. Hobbit Folhada Silver of Hobbiton," he replied, shaking the massive hand that engulfed his own. What do you mean by another piece? The grey captain glanced around the common room before leaning closer. Not here. You carry the scent of old magic about you, Master Folhada Silva. There are those in Bree who would take a keen interest in such things, not all with benevolent intent. He slid a small key across the table. Room 12. 1 hour after the common room closes. Come alone and ensure you're not followed. With that cryptic instruction, the man stood, drained his tankard, and strode out into the rainy night, leaving Hobbit with more questions than answers and a growing sense that the theft of his book was part of something far larger than he had imagined. The upper corridors of the prancing pony creaked and settled as Hobbit made his way to room 12 long after midnight. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more as instructed. The door opened a crack, then wider, revealing not just the grey captain, but a gathering of 4 other individuals seated around a table scattered with maps and curious objects. Our final member arrives, the captain announced. This is Hobbit Folhada Silva, keeper of the Silver Script Codex. The Codex has a keeper, asked a female dwarf, her auburn beard adorned with intricate gold beads, her massive arms exposed to reveal burns and scars of a lifetime at the forge. We believed it lost a century ago. Not lost, merely hidden, Hobbit replied, surprised at the book's formal name, one never mentioned in his family's oral history. Deor it was, until 3 nights ago. Then it has begun in earnest, said another figure, a slender elf whose ageless face was marred by a jagged scar that ran from temple to chin. All 7 keys will be sought. Keys! Hobbit looked between the assembled faces in confusion. Sit, Master Folhada Silva, the grey captain gestured to an empty chair. There is much to explain, and dawn approaches all too swiftly. As Hobbit settled into the too large chair, the captain introduced the gathering. Breezer Ironhammer, last surviving smith of the Khazad Mithril clan. Failburn Duskleaf, a woodland elf excommunicated from the Greenwood for forbidden studies. Moira Reed, hedge witch from the marshlands north of Bree, and Grimmond, a taciturn man who claimed no homeland, but whose knowledge of ancient lore rivaled that of the great libraries. We are what remains of the Guardians of the Vale, the captain explained, founded in the First Age by an alliance of all free peoples to contain threats that could not be destroyed, only imprisoned. The greatest of these, Failburn continued, lies beneath the Barrerow Downs, 3 leagues west of Bree. Not a dragon as commonly understood, but an entity far older, one that fed not on flesh or treasure, but on magic itself. Hobbit's mind reeled as he processed this information. And my book, the Codex, is connected to this creature. It is one of 7 artifacts created to maintain the enchanted slumber that contains the Devourer, Breezer confirmed, her voice like stone grinding on stone. 7 artifacts entrusted to 7 bloodlines, scattered across Middle-earth to prevent any single calamity from releasing the beast. In recent months, 3 of these artifacts have vanished, Moira added, pushing forward a map marked with red crosses. Your codex is the 4th. Only 3 remain unaccounted for. Who would do such a thing? Hobbit asked, horrified by the implications. Who would risk awakening such a creature? Those who believe they can control it. Grimmond spoke for the first time, his voice surprisingly soft for his imposing frame. The Crimson Circle, servants of forgotten powers who believe the Devourer can be bound to their will, used to absorb the waning magic of Middle-earth and transfer it to their masters. The Grey Captain spread out an ancient parchment covered in elaborate diagrams. Legend holds that when all 7 keys are brought together at the central barrow during the Shadow Moon, the night when Arda's 3rd moon appears once every 70 years, the Devourer's prison can be opened, or its bonds forever strengthened. The Shadow Moon rises in 17 days, Feldman said grimly. Hobbit's thoughts spun with questions, but one burned brighter than all others. Why am I here? I'm no guardian, no warrior. I'm a simple hobbit who couldn't even protect a book passed down through generations. A moment of silence fell over the room before Breezer leaned forward, fixing Hobbit with an intense gaze. Tell me, young one, do you know what Folhada Silva means in the ancient tongue? It's just a family name, Hobbit shrugged. And something about leaves and forests, I always assumed. It is a corruption of Falahastilbin, guardian of the sleeping word, Grimmond corrected gently. Your ancestors were not mere caretakers of a book, Hobbit Folhada Silva. They were mages of tremendous power who participated in the original binding. The magic in their blood has diluted over generations, but it remains, as does their obligation. I have no magic, Hobbit protested. Don't you? The grey captain reached across the table and pressed a finger to Hobbit's forehead. Close your eyes. Recall the book, not its appearance, but its essence. What did you feel when you held it? Hobbit reluctantly closed his eyes, summoning the memory of the ancient tome. Warmth, he admitted after a moment. A humming, like distant bees in summer. Sometimes I thought I could almost understand the silver script if only I listened closely enough. The Codex responds to your bloodline, Feldman explained. It would remain indecipherable to the thieves unless they perform a ritual using the blood of a Folhada Silva. Horror dawned on Hobbit's face. Then they'll be coming for me next. Indeed. The grey captain nodded. Which is why we must strike first. We believe we've located their gathering place in the ruins of Cardolan, beneath the tallest barrow. We must recover the artifacts already taken before they acquire the remaining keys. But I'm no warrior, Hobbit repeated, panic edging into his voice. I cannot fight sorcerers and cultists. Perhaps not, Breezer acknowledged, reaching beneath the table to produce a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. But you can recognize the Codex, where we might not. And perhaps, she unwrapped the bundle, revealing a short sword of unusual design, its blade inscribed with flowing script that matched the characters from the stolen book. Perhaps your blood remembers more than your mind. The sword seemed to vibrate faintly as Hobbit reluctantly took it, a resonance that traveled up his arm and settled somewhere behind his breastbone. Not unpleasant, but distinctly otherworldly. Silver Tongue, Grimmond identified the weapon. Forged by your ancestor to be wielded alongside the Codex, it can cut through enchantments as easily as cloth. Dawnlight began to filter through the shuttered windows as Hobbit stared at the blade in his hands, a heritage he had never suspected, a destiny he had never sought. Rest today, the grey captain advised, standing to indicate the meeting's conclusion. Tonight, we ride for the Barrow Downs. The ancient kingdom of Cardolan had long since crumbled to ruins scattered across the windswept downs, but its barrows remained, solemn earthen mounds beneath which slept the bones of forgotten kings. Or so the common wisdom held. The tallest barrow, silhouetted against the setting sun as the Guardians approached, had never housed royalty. Its purpose had always been containment rather than commemoration. Hobbit rode beside Breezer on a pony provided by the prancing pony's stable master, Silver Tongue, strapped awkwardly across his back. 2 days of hasty instruction in its use had left him with blistered hands and bruised confidence. Yet the blade felt increasingly natural in his grip, as though it remembered the hands of his ancestors and sought to guide his own. There, Falbin whispered, his elven sight perceiving what the others could not yet see. The torchlight within the barrow's entrance, They've unsealed the lower chambers. The Grey Captain signaled for the group to dismount and approach on foot. Moira, conceal our presence. Grimond, be ready to counter any summoning spells. Breeza, Philben, you'll engage any guardians. Hobbit and I will seek the artifacts. The Hedge Witch muttered incantations while sprinkling dried herbs in a circle around them. A subtle shifting occurred, not invisibility, Hobbit realized, but a kind of perceptual deflection. Eyes would slide past them, attention diverted elsewhere. They approached the Barrow's entrance, a dark mouth in the hillside framed by ancient stone pillars carved with warnings in languages long extinct. Within, flickering torchlight revealed a passageway descending into earth, its walls adorned with reliefs depicting a great serpentine entity coiling around mountains, its jaws engulfing streams of light that Hobbit instinctively recognized as magical energies. The sensation of wrongness intensified as they descended. The air grew heavy, charged with power that raised the hair on Hobbit's arms and left a metallic taste on his tongue. Silvertongue vibrated continuously now, its metal warm against his back. The passage opened into a vast, circular chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness. At its center stood a raised dais where 5 red-robed figures surrounded a stone altar. Upon that altar lay 4 artifacts: Hobbit's Codex, an orb of swirling mist, a crystal dagger, and a circlet of black metal. Behind the altar, a massive crack in the chamber wall emanated a pulsing, sickly light. Too late, Grimond whispered. They've begun weakening the barrier. As if in confirmation, a tremor ran through the Barrow, dislodging ancient dust from unseen heights. The crack widened perceptibly, and within it, movement, sinuous, patient, ancient, beyond reckoning. "We need the artifacts," the Grey Captain hissed. "It's all of them, to reseal the breach." The robed figures turned as one, their concealment spell evidently less effective than hoped. The leader threw back his hood, revealing features of unsettling beauty, neither elf nor man, but something that partook of both heritages while transcending their limitations. "The final bloodline arrives," he announced, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "Convenient. We had planned to hunt you down after the awakening, but now you can witness the dawn of a new age of magic before becoming part of it." Narithil. Failben spat the name like a curse. "I should have known you survived the purge." "Always so dramatic, Duskleaf." The leader smiled coldly. "This is no ending, but a beginning. The Devourer will absorb the fading magics of Middle-earth, concentrating them where they can be properly utilized, rather than dissipating into nothing." Another tremor, stronger than the first. The crack widened further, and Hobbit glimpsed scales that shifted color like oil on water, felt the pressure of an ancient intelligence turning its attention outward for the first time in millennia. What happened next unfolded in fragments of chaotic perception. The Guardians surging forward, weapons drawn, Breeze's warhammer connecting with a cultist's chest, the sickening crunch of ribs collapsing. Moira's hands weaving complex patterns that turned torchlight to blinding brilliance. The Grey Captain dueling Narithil with a bladework too swift for mortal eyes to fully track. And Hobbit, overlooked in the chaos, found himself beside the altar, Silvertongue in his hands, the Codex before him. Acting on instinct he didn't recognize as his own, he sliced his palm with the sword's edge and pressed the bleeding wound to the book's cover. The silver script blazed with sudden light. The pages flipped open of their own accord, stopping at an illustration of 7 artifacts arranged in a specific pattern around a central void. With trembling hands, Hobbit began rearranging the items on the altar to match the diagram. "Stop him!" Narithil's voice cut through the battle's clamor as he realized what was happening. Too late. The final piece, the crystal dagger, settled into place, and all 7 artifacts flared with blinding radiance. The chamber filled with a sound like a massive intake of breath, and the crack in the wall began to seal itself, the scales beyond writhing in frustrated rage as their path to freedom narrowed, then vanished entirely. Narithil howled in fury, breaking away from his duel to lunge at Hobbit with inhuman speed. Without conscious thought, Hobbit raised Silvertongue in a defensive posture his untrained muscles should not have known. The blade caught Narithil's outstretched hand, slicing through flesh and bone with impossible ease. The severed hand dissolved into motes of light before it hit the ground, and Narithil staggered back, his perfect features contorted with shock and pain. "Impossible," he gasped. "The sword remembers, as does the blood," Hobbit heard himself say in a voice that seemed simultaneously his own and something older, deeper. "Return to shadow, servant of the void. Your master will not rise this age, nor the next." Clutching his dissolving wrist, Narithil turned and fled into the darkness of a side passage, his remaining followers scattering after him. As the echoes of battle faded, Hobbit found himself surrounded by the battered but triumphant guardians, all staring at him with newfound respect, and in Grimmon's case, open awe. "The blood remembers indeed," the Loremaster murmured. "Do your ancestor speaks through you, young Folhada Silver?" Hobbit looked down at Silvertongue, still gripped firmly in his hand, despite his supposed inexperience. "Not speaking," he corrected, understanding washing over him. "Awakening. This was always within me, waiting for necessity to call it forth." The grey captain clasped his shoulder. "And now you understand why you are here. The Guardians of the Vale require a representative of each founding bloodline. Yours has been absent for too long." Bryza gestured to the artifacts still glowing on the altar. "They must be separated again, hidden across Middle-earth. The danger is contained for now, but Narithil lives, and the Shadow Moon will come again." Looking at the assembled guardians, battered, bloodied, but unbroken, Hobbit felt a weight settle upon him. Not an unwelcome burden, but the gravity of purpose, of belonging to something greater than himself. The Codex would return to his family's keeping, but he would not return to his former life of quiet study. "Then we have much work to do," he said, sheathing Silvertongue with the practiced motion of a warrior born. "Do, and much to teach me." As they ascended from the Barrow into the moonlit night, Hobbit felt the stirring of ancient memories not his own, the legacy of his bloodline awakening after generations of slumber. The path ahead would be dangerous, but he would not walk it alone. Behind them, the sealed Barrow stood silent against the night sky, its prisoner once again bound in enchanted sleep, dreaming of freedom and magic and a world it would never devour so long as the Guardians of the Vale maintained their eternal vigil. Story 2. A veil of unnatural fog crept across the western borders of the Shire, writhing like spectral fingers as it devoured the warming light of dawn. From the window of his cozy burrow, nestled in the rolling hills of Hobbiton, Hobbit Torcolino watched with growing unease as the distant blue mountains, Ered Luin in the ancient tongue, vanished entirely behind the encroaching mist. For 17 days, the wall of fog had remained motionless at the western horizon, a smoky barrier between the peaceful realm of the Shire and the lands beyond. But this morning, it had moved eastward, consuming leagues of countryside in its silent advance. "Not natural, that fog," muttered old Wicket as he passed by Hobbit's garden gate, pipe smoke mingling with his breath in the unseasonable chill. "Mark my words, no good comes from the Blue Mountains these days, not since the dwarves delved too greedily beneath Dolmd." Hobbit nodded politely, but kept his own counsel. At 33 years of age, he was considered barely an adult by Shire standards, still living in the family burrow inherited from his parents, who had perished in the Great Flood 10 winters past. Unlike most hobbits, whose interests rarely extended beyond their next meal, or the quality of this season's pipeweed, Hobbit harbored a secret fascination with the histories and legends of lands beyond the Shire's borders. That evening, as wind rattled the shutters and the fog pressed closer to Hobbiton's outskirts, Hobbit descended into the root cellar beneath his kitchen, drawn by an inexplicable urgency he could neither name nor resist. The cellar had flooded during the Great Flood, destroying most of his family's stored provisions and heirlooms. In the cleanup afterward, Hobbit had discovered a hidden compartment behind a damaged wall panel, a small alcove containing nothing but a waterlogged wooden chest. The chest had resisted all his efforts to open it for a decade, its intricate lock mechanisms fused by age and water damage. Yet tonight, as he lifted it from its resting place, he felt a peculiar warmth emanating from within, a pulse like a distant heartbeat against his palms. As he set it upon the rough-hewn table, the lock clicked and the lid rose a fraction of an inch, releasing a soft exhalation of air that carried the scent of mountains and metal and something indefinably ancient. Inside lay a disc of mithril no larger than his palm, its surface etched with flowing script and topographical markings that caught the candlelight and reflected it in shimmering blue patterns across the cellar walls. A map, but unlike any Hobbit had ever seen in his modest collection of cartographic works. Its markings shifted subtly as he watched, mountains rising in minute relief, valleys deepening, and tiny pinpricks of light appearing at certain junctures like stars emerging at dusk. "What wonder is this?" he whispered, tracing a finger along what appeared to be the spine of the Blue Mountains. Where his skin contacted the metal, a spark of recognition passed between flesh and artifact. Knowledge flooded his mind, not in words but in certainties that settled into his consciousness as though they had always been there. The mist is no natural phenomenon. It is the manifestation of ancient magic twisted by grief and rage. It consumes not merely light, but life itself, and it will not stop at the Shire's borders. Beneath the Blue Mountains lies the Source, a relic of tremendous power and a king fallen to darkness. Only one who carries the blood of those who once aided the Mountain King can find the path to the relic that might dispel the mist. Hobbit stared at the map in shock, understanding washing over him in waves. His maternal grandmother, Primula Wanderfoot, had often spoken of her own grandfather, who had traveled with dwarves in his youth, serving as their ambassador in some forgotten conflict. But those had always seemed like tall tales, told to an impressionable child on winter evenings. A sudden pounding at his door startled Hobbit from his reverie. Hastily concealing the mithril disc within his waistcoat pocket, he ascended from the cellar to find two most unusual visitors on his threshold. The first stood nearly twice Hobbit's height, his grey robes travel-stained and singed at the edges, his beard singed and his eyes containing equal measures of wisdom and wariness. Though Hobbit had never seen a wizard before, he recognized one immediately in the tall figure's bearing. Beside the wizard stood a creature of ethereal beauty, an elven woman whose midnight hair was bound with silver cords, her angular features marred by a lattice of scars that resembled frost patterns on winter glass. A bow of pale wood was strapped across her back, and her eyes held the haunted look of one who has witnessed the unthinkable. "Hobbit Torcolino," the wizard spoke, his voice resonant despite its softness. "Udiam Valerian the Grey, once of the Order of the West, now, shall we say, independently employed. This is Falial Moonshadow, formerly of the Woodland Realm." "We have no time for pleasantries," the elf interrupted, her melodious voice edged with urgency. "The shadow of Ered Luin advances more quickly than anticipated. Already, it has consumed 3 outlying settlements beyond the Shire. We must depart before dawn, if there is to be any hope." "Depart? Me?" Hobbit stammered, unconsciously placing a hand over the pocket that contained the mithril disc, which now pulsed with warmth against his chest. "I don't understand." The wizard's keen eyes followed the movement. "He has found it," he murmured to the elf. "Now the map of making has awakened to his touch. To Hobbit," he said more gently, "there are forces at work beyond your understanding, young halfling. The map you carry is one of the keys of Durin, forged in the Second Age to ensure that should darkness ever befall the kingdoms under the mountain, a path to salvation would remain." "How do you know about—" "We know because we have sought it for a fortnight," Faliel cut in. "And ever since the mist began to stir, and reports reached us of a darkness awakening in Dolmed, the ancient seat of Dwarrow kings. The map can lead us to the heart of the mountain, a relic of immeasurable power that might dispel the shadow before it consumes all lands east of the sea." "But why me?" Hobbit protested. "I'm no hero, no warrior. I've never even left the Shire." "The map awakens only to the bloodline of those who once pledged fealty to the Mountain Kings," Valerian explained. "Your ancestors stood with King Azaghal when others fled. That loyalty is remembered in stone and mithril, and it has passed to you, the last of your line." Dawn found the unlikely trio departing Hobbiton's eastern border, Hobbit having hastily packed provisions and his grandmother's old walking stick with its curious silver cap. The mithril map now hung from a chain around his neck, occasionally warming or cooling against his skin as if responding to their direction of travel. 7 days of hard travel brought them to the borders of the old forest, a place of ill repute even in the safest of times. Now, with tendrils of the misty shadow visible even from leagues away, the ancient trees seemed to bend away from the west, their gnarled limbs stretching eastward as if in flight. "We must pass through," Valerian announced, studying the mithril map, which now displayed the forest in unsettling detail, including a faint path that did not exist on any conventional chart. "The entrance to the underground realm lies beyond, at the foot of Mount Dolmed itself." "The forest is awake and afraid," Faliel warned, her hand resting on her bow. "It will not welcome us, especially one who carries dwarf magic. The enmity between trees and delvers runs deep." Hobbit, who had spent the journey oscillating between terror and a strange exhilaration, felt the weight of the quest settle more firmly upon his shoulders. "Then we shall have to convince the forest we mean it no harm," he suggested, surprising himself with his own boldness. "After all, I'm as much a creature of growing things as of hidden secrets." My father's garden was the envy of the West Farthing. The forest interior proved as unwelcoming as Faliel had predicted. Branches lashed at them like whips, roots emerged from the soil to trip their feet, and pathways that appeared clear would suddenly twist into impassable thickets. Yet as Hobbit pressed forward, the mithril map growing warmer against his chest, he found himself whispering to the ancient trees in a language he had never learned but somehow knew, words of peace and shared purpose, of a darkness that would consume wood and stone alike if left unchecked. Gradually, the forest's hostility lessened. By the 3rd day within its depths, paths remained true, and occasionally fruit would fall precisely when hunger gnawed most sharply at their bellies. "You have a gift, little one," Faliel remarked, her initial skepticism giving way to grudging respect. "Yeah, few can speak to the deep roots of the world as you do." Beyond the forest's eastern edge lay the foothills of the Blue Mountains proper, and here they encountered the devastation wrought by the shadow firsthand. Villages lay abandoned, their buildings intact but devoid of all life. Gardens stood frozen in mid-bloom, vegetables withered on the vine not through decay, but through the very absence of the force that animated them. The shadow does not kill, Valerian explained grimly as they passed through a ghost town that should have housed hundreds. It consumes the very essence of life, the spark that separates the living from mere matter. Those caught in its advance are not slain, but emptied, their life force drawn away to feed what grows beneath the mountain. What could possess such hunger? Hobbit wondered aloud, shuddering at the unnatural stillness surrounding them. And not what, who, Faliel corrected. King Norin the Golden, once the greatest of the Dwarrow kings of the Blue Mountains. When dragons descended upon his realm in the Elder Days, he sought power to defend his people at any cost. He forged the heart of the mountain, a gem of unparalleled beauty that could draw power from the very bones of the earth. But power corrupts, Valerian continued the tale, and Norin's heart darkened even as his gem brightened. Where once he sought only to protect, he began to hunger for more light, more life, more power. His own people sealed him in the deepest vault rather than slay their king, hoping time would cool his madness. Now he has awakened, Hobbit concluded, understanding dawning. And his hunger has only grown during his long imprisonment. The entrance to the ancient dwarven kingdom lay hidden behind a seasonal waterfall, revealed only when the mithril map was held directly before the cascade, causing the waters to part like a curtain drawn aside. Beyond stretched a passage of such exquisite craftsmanship that even Faliel, with her elven disdain for delving, gasped in appreciation. The walls glittered with veins of crystal and precious metals, illuminating their path with soft, refracted light that required no torch or lantern. The wealth of Dolmed was not in gold, but in light, Valerian explained, as they descended deeper into the mountain's heart. The dwarves here mastered the art of capturing and preserving illumination in stone itself. Light from the first sunrise, from the midsummer noon, from stars now faded from the sky, all held within crystal matrices for eternity. Or it was meant to be eternity, Faliel added softly. Now that light feeds the shadow, consumed by the king's unending hunger, the passages grew darker as they descended, the light veins dimmed or entirely drained. Occasionally they passed dwarven skeletons, posed not in death but in flight, as if those ancient defenders had been emptied of life in mid-stride, leaving only hollow remains behind. When they at last reached the central chamber, a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness above, Hobbit felt the mithril map grow almost painfully hot against his skin. At the chamber's center, upon a throne of crystal shot through with veins of tarnished gold, sat a figure that might once have been a dwarf king of great majesty. Now, however, it was a twisted mockery, its proportions elongated, its beard a writhing mass of tendrils rather than hair, its eyes twin voids that pulled at the gaze like whirlpools. In one distended hand, it clutched a gem the size of Hobbit's head, a diamond of impossible facets that should have blazed with light, but instead pulsed with the same misty darkness that had consumed the lands above. "Visitors," the king spoke, his voice simultaneously a whisper and a roar, seeming to emanate not from his withered lips, but from the very stone around them. "How kind of you to bring me fresh sustenance." Valerian stepped forward, his staff raised defensively. "King Norin, you dishonor your ancestors and your crown. The Dwarrow kings were guardians of light, not its consumers. This corruption must end." The king's laughter shook dust from the distant ceiling. "The corruption, wizard without order, is the lie that light should be shared freely. Light is power. Power must be controlled, concentrated, directed. His void eyes fixed upon Hobbit. And you, small one, you carry something of mine. Before Hobbit could react, tendrils of mist shot forth from the corrupted heart of the mountain, wrapping around his chest and lifting him from the ground. The mithril map burned against his skin, as if trying to escape the king's pull. "The last key," Norin hissed triumphantly. "With it, I can extend my reach beyond these mountains, beyond the lands of men, to the very shores of the Western Sea. All light will be mine to command." Feliel's arrows flew true, severing several tendrils, but more replaced them instantly. Valerian's magic flared in bursts of counter-pressure, but the king's power proved overwhelming within his own domain. Hobbit felt the chain holding the map strain beginning to break. In that moment of desperation, as his companions fought valiantly but hopelessly, Hobbit remembered his grandmother's tales, not merely of her grandfather's alliance with the dwarves, but of what had sealed that alliance. Not fealty given, but forgiveness granted. The dwarves had inadvertently triggered the flooding of ancient hobbit burrows during their mining, and rather than demand retribution, Hobbit's ancestor had offered understanding and aid. "You were a just king once," Hobbit gasped through the constriction of mist tendrils. "You protected your people. You valued creation above destruction." "Silence, halfling," the king snarled, but something in his voice wavered. "The heart was meant to preserve light, not consume it," Hobbit continued, his hand closing around the mithril map. "Just as my ancestor helped your people preserve their honor through forgiveness, I offer you the same choice now." With a surge of desperate strength, Hobbit tore the map from its chain and held it directly before him, facing the corrupted gem. The mithril disk flared with sudden brilliant luminescence, not reflecting light, but revealing its true nature as a repository of pure creative energy, the counterbalance to the heart's consumptive power. The two artifacts recognized each other as long-separated halves of a greater whole. Where the mithril map represented possibility, the heart represented manifestation. Together, they were the dual aspects of creation itself. Conception and realization, thought and form, mercy and justice. Light surged between them, neither consuming nor consumed, but transformed, harmonized. The king howled, first in rage, then in what might have been relief, as the tendrils of mist retracted, not into the gem, but into his own withered form. The elongated limbs contracted, the writhing beard solidified, and the void eyes filled with a glow reminiscent of forge fire. "What have you done?" Norin whispered, his voice now singular and solid, no longer emanating from the chamber itself. "Udir reminded you of balance," Hobbit answered, surprised by the certainty in his own voice. "The heart cannot exist without the map, just as night cannot exist without day. One consumes, one creates. Together, they maintain the order of things." The king looked down at the heart, which now glowed with steady, golden light rather than pulsing darkness. "I remember now," he said softly. "The dragons came. I sought power to defend my people. I forgot that true defense lies not in consumption, but in creation." Above, beyond the mountain's bulk, the mist began to dissipate, revealing blue sky for the first time in weeks. Life did not return instantly to the emptied lands. That would require time and new growth, but the unnatural hunger that had driven the shadow retreated. The balance of natural forces restored. As dawn broke over the blue mountains, three figures emerged from the hidden entrance. A wizard leaning more heavily on his staff than before, an elf with a new respect in her eyes for the works of dwarves, and a hobbit carrying neither map nor gem, but instead a small crystal vial containing a single drop of purified light, a gift from a redeemed king, and a reminder that within even the deepest darkness, the potential for illumination endures. Hobbit Torcolino returned to the Shire changed, as all must be who venture beyond the borders of the familiar into the realm of legend. His garden would grow more vibrant than any in the West Farthing that summer, nourished by the understanding that true magic lies not in grand artifacts or ancient kings, but in the balance between what nurtures and what transforms. A lesson learned beneath mountains, carried home in a heart as ordinary and as extraordinary as a hobbit who answered when adventure called. Story 3, The Whispers of the Wind, carried an undeniable truth across the rolling hills of the Shire. Magic was fading from Middle-earth. It departed not with grand proclamations, but in subtle absences. Flowers that bloomed fewer days each summer, starlight that no longer danced upon the waters of the Brandywine, and most telling of all, the ancient protective enchantments that had kept the Shire hidden from malevolent eyes for millennia were unraveling like golden threads from a tapestry long neglected. Hobbit Barrerow noticed these changes more keenly than most, for he was a master herbalist whose gardens had once produced remedies for every affliction known to his kind. Now his most potent concoctions failed to heal even common ailments. Still, he might have continued his increasingly futile work, clinging to fading knowledge, had fate not struck his own family with merciless precision. "Uncle, come quickly." The desperate cry came at dawn, as mist still clung to the hollows between the green hills. Perina, Hobbit's apprentice and nephew, stood in the doorway of Bag End, his young face etched with terror. "It's Lily. She won't wake her, and her skin is turning to something like parchment." Lily Barrerow, just 12 years old and beloved throughout Hobbytown for her melodious voice and generous spirit, lay still as death upon her small bed. Her chestnut curls framed a face that had begun to transform in a manner that defied natural understanding. Her skin had taken on the translucent quality of ancient paper, with faint blue veins visible beneath like writing in some forgotten tongue. "The fading," Hobbit whispered, recognizing at once what no herb in his vast collection could cure. And it was just a legend, a tale to frighten young hobbits into respecting the old ways. "What is it, Uncle?" Perina asked, clutching his sister's unnaturally cool hand. "An enchantment gone awry," Hobbit replied, already reaching for his traveling cloak. "When the elves departed these shores, some of their magic remained behind, bound to objects, to places, to bloodlines. But magic without its keepers eventually turns wild, unpredictable." He gazed at his niece's still form, decision crystallizing within him. There is only one who might know the cure, if he still remains in Middle-earth. "Who?" "Elro here, son of Elrond half-elven, guardian of the last light. I must journey to Rivendell immediately." "But the elves all departed years ago," Perina protested. "Everyone knows Rivendell stands empty. Not all departed," Hobbit said, pulling an ancient map from a chest carved with ivy patterns. "There were rumors, whispers among those who still listened to the voices of stone and stream, that one remained behind as caretaker of ancient knowledge. It is a slim hope, but the only one we have. The journey eastward was fraught with unexpected perils. The old forest, once merely unwelcoming, had grown hostile in the absence of the magic that once kept its darker impulses in check. Twisted roots reached for unwary ankles, and eyes that were not eyes gleamed from hollow trunks in the half-light. Beyond lay the Barrerow Downs, where ancient spirits no longer slumbered peacefully but wandered in sorrowful confusion, untethered from the enchantments that had guided them to rest. Through these dangers, Hobbit pressed onward, bearing a locket containing a single strand of Lily's hair, already turning brittle and translucent as her condition worsened. 9 days of hard travel brought him to the ford of Brunnen, once protected by elven magic that would rise like horsemen of water against those who came with ill intent. Now the river flowed silent and unremarkable, offering no challenge to his crossing. And there, beyond the ford, lay the valley of Imladris, Rivendell, last homely house east of the sea, or rather, what remained of it. The elegant arches that had once soared between the cliffs now lay broken upon the valley floor. Gardens that had bloomed in all seasons, regardless of the outside world's turn, were overgrown with mundane weeds and briars. Fountains stood silent, their waters stagnant or entirely vanished. The ethereal music that had once filled the air with melodies older than mortal memory was replaced by the ordinary songs of birds and the mournful whisper of wind through abandoned corridors. Hobbit's heart sank as he picked his way through the ruins. "Hello," he called, his voice sounding small in the vast emptiness. "I seek Elro here, son of Elrond. I come on behalf of one afflicted by the fading." Only silence answered, until a silver arrow embedded itself in the stone just inches from his foot. "Few speak that name anymore," came a voice like distant bells, overlaid with the brittleness of ancient parchment. Fewer still would journey so far on behalf of one touched by the fading. "Who are you, halfling, to seek what even the wise have abandoned?" From the shadows of a crumbling archway emerged a figure both beautiful and terrible. Tall and lithely built as all his kind, Elro here nonetheless bore little resemblance to the majestic beings of legend. His silver hair hung lank and dull around a face that remained fair but was marked by a profound weariness. His raiment, once surely magnificent, was faded and patched with materials of lesser making, yet his eyes still burned with the light of the two trees, a light never seen by mortal kind, save reflected in the eyes of the Eldar. "I am Hobbit Barrerow of the Shire," he answered, standing his ground despite his trembling knees. "Master herbalist and keeper of the old knowledge. My niece lies dying of an affliction no natural remedy can touch. They say you guard the last fragment of Arendil's light, that you alone might know how to heal those touched by wild magic." The elf studied him with those ancient eyes. "The light I guard grows dimmer with each passing day. Soon it will flicker out entirely, and with it, the last echo of my people in these lands." He gestured around at the ruins. "Look upon the fading of glory, halfling. This is what remains when magic departs from the world. What makes you think your niece deserves intervention when so many others have already faded beyond recall?" Hobbit reached into his pocket and withdrew the locket, opening it to reveal the strand of hair within, now almost completely transparent. "Because she is innocent of the crimes that have brought this upon her. Because her song deserves to continue in a world growing ever more silent. And because," he added with sudden inspiration, "I believe her affliction and the fading of your light are connected by more than mere coincidence." Something flickered in Elrohir's expression, a spark of interest, perhaps even hope. "Follow me," he commanded, turning sharply on his heel, "and touch nothing. Much here is unstable. Magic unmoored from purpose becomes unpredictable." He led Hobbit deeper into the ruins, past collapsed libraries where books lay rotting in the elements, through gardens where statues of ancient heroes crumbled to dust, until they reached what appeared to be the only intact structure in the entire valley. A small domed building of white stone, its surface etched with patterns of stars and leaves. "The Vault of Memory," Elrohir explained, producing a key that glowed with faint silver light. "Here we kept our most precious artifacts and records, including the pact made between my father and your ancestors long ago." "A pact?" Hobbit frowned. "I know of no such agreement. Few would. It was made in the early days, when the shadow first threatened to engulf all lands. Your people, small and overlooked by the great powers, were entrusted with a shard of the original light, a counterpart to what I guard here. The door swung open silently, revealing a chamber whose walls were lined with niches, most empty now. Nay, that shard, bound within a crystal vessel, was hidden in the deepest root cellar in your Shire, protected by generations of unwitting guardians who believed they were keeping a simple family heirloom. Hobbit's blood ran cold. The Star Flask. My friend Ruddigore Proudfoot showed it to me just before I departed, a crystal vial that had been in his family for generations. He said he'd finally discovered its true worth from a traveler passing through. Elro here's face hardened. Then your friend has doomed not only your niece, but all who depend upon the last protections of the older magic. The Star Flask and my Lightstone are paired artifacts, each drawing strength from the other across the leagues between them. When one is removed from its appointed place, both begin to fade. Hobbit finished, understanding dawning. And with them, the last protections against wild magic. Precisely, your niece, being young and perhaps sensitive to such things, would be among the first to show symptoms. Elro here moved to the center of the chamber, where a pedestal stood bearing a crystal that glowed with failing silver light. This is the light of Eärendil that remains to Middle-earth. Each day, it dims further. If the Star Flask is not returned to its rightful place within a fortnight, both will go dark forever. Then we must find Ruddigore and recover the flask, Hobbit declared. Do you know where he might have taken it? I cannot leave this valley, Elro here said grimly. My strength is bound to this place and to the light I guard. But I can tell you where your friend would have been directed to take his prize, to the blind tower in the Weather Hills, where a collector of elven artifacts has spent decades attempting to centralize what remains of our power. Who is this collector? Hobbit asked. He calls himself the Curator, a man of Númenórean descent who believes he can preserve magic by gathering and studying its vessels. A noble aim, perhaps, but a flawed understanding. Magic is not merely a force to be contained. It lives in relationship, in the spaces between things. Elro here looked directly into Hobbit's eyes. Your friend was not evil, merely deceived. The Curator convinces people that by bringing him magical objects, they help preserve them for future generations. He does not understand that some artifacts must remain where they were placed, or the pattern unravels. Hobbit's heart sank. The Weather Hills are at least 5 days' journey from here. Lily may not have that long. She will have time enough if you bring this. Elro here removed a small silver leaf from around his neck. Place it upon her brow. It will slow the progression of the fading, but it cannot stop it. Only the return of the Star Flask to its proper place can do that. The blind tower rose from the Weather Hills like an accusing finger pointed at the heavens, a structure of black stone incongruous with the rolling landscape around it. No windows punctuated its smooth sides, no doors were visible at its base, yet Hobbit knew, following Elro here's instructions, that entrance could be gained by one who knew where to look. The shadow cast by the tower at midday, he murmured, recalling the elf's words. Where it ends, the door begins. Surely enough, when the sun reached its zenith, Hobbit followed the tower's shadow to its tip and discovered a seam in the earth. A staircase spiraling downward into darkness, clutching his walking staff in one hand and a small crystal given to him by Elro here in the other, he descended into the unknown. The Curator's collection was both magnificent and disturbing. Artifacts of elven, dwarven, and even more ancient make displayed in crystal cases that lined circular chambers beneath the tower. Magical light illuminated each piece. Yet there was something clinical and lifeless about the presentation that made Hobbit's skin crawl. These objects had been taken from their contexts, separated from the web of meaning and relationship that gave them purpose. He found Rhaegar in the central chamber, arranging small items in a new display case. His fellow Hobbit looked up in surprise at Hobbit's approach. "Barrerow, what brings you so far from the Shire?" Then, noticing Hobbit's expression, he added defensively, "If this is about the Star Flask, I've done a great service by bringing it here. The Curator pays handsomely for such finds, and more importantly, he's preserving our heritage. The old magic is fading. Surely it's better to gather what remains in one protected place. The magic is fading because you've removed the flask," Hobbit explained urgently. "Lily is dying. Rhaegar. The Star Flask was not merely a curio, it was part of an ancient pact that protected our lands. It must be returned." That's impossible," Rhaegar stammered, his face paling. "The Curator assured me." "The Curator is mistaken," came a new voice, melodious yet tinged with iron. Both hobbits turned to find a tall man in robes of deep blue standing in the chamber's entrance. His beard was silver-streaked, his eyes the grey of a winter sea. "And I fear I have been a fool." "Lord Curator," Rhaegar began, but the man raised a hand. "I hear the truth in your friend's words, Master Proudfoot. I sought to preserve magic by gathering its vessels, believing proximity would strengthen them. Instead, I have severed connections that sustained them." He turned to Hobbit. "You come from Rivendell? The Guardian still holds his vigil then?" "Barely," Hobbit answered. "The light fades daily. Without the Star Flask returned to the Shire, both will soon be extinguished forever." The Curator nodded slowly. "Then it shall be returned. I have spent my life studying the old magic, yet failed to grasp its most fundamental nature, that it exists not in objects, but in the spaces between them, in the patterns they form together." He crossed to a pedestal where the crystal vial sat glowing with faint starlight. "Take it. My life's work has been misguided, but perhaps not entirely in vain. The knowledge gathered here may yet serve those who come after." As Hobbit's fingers closed around the Star Flask, he felt a surge of energy, as though the artifact recognized him, or perhaps recognized its impending return to its proper place in the pattern of things. 13 days after his departure, Hobbit Barrerow returned to the Shire with the Star Flask secured in a pouch next to his heart. Without delay, he descended into the root cellar beneath Bag End, following instincts he hadn't known he possessed, until he found the hidden alcove where generations of his ancestors had unwittingly guarded the flask's empty resting place. As he set the crystal vial back into its niche, a pulse of light spread outward, invisible to most eyes, perhaps, but Hobbit could see it racing across the Shire like ripples in a pond before stretching eastward toward the distant valley of Rivendell. In her small bed, Lily Barrerow took a deep, shuddering breath as color returned to her transparent skin. The silver leaf that had rested on her brow for days dissolved into motes of light that sank beneath her skin, leaving her sleeping peacefully for the first time in weeks. Far away in the ruins of Imladris, Elro here watched as the light of Arendil blazed suddenly brighter, its silver glow strengthening as the connection was restored. For the first time in many years, the elf allowed himself a small smile. The pattern held, for now. Magic would continue its slow retreat from Middle-earth that could not be prevented, but it would fade gracefully, not collapse catastrophically. And in the small hobbit holes of the Shire, little Lily would wake to sing again, her voice carrying echoes of a more enchanted age for at least one generation more. Story 4. The lonely mountain pierced the sky like a sentinel of stone, its peak wreathed in mist and legend. 50 years had passed since the dragon's fall and the battle of 5 armies, and Erebor once again gleamed with the splendor of dwarven craftsmanship. Gold flowed through its chambers like rivers of light, and the hammers of the master smiths sang their metallic symphony day and night. Yet beneath the prosperity and renewed glory, something ancient stirred in the deepest recesses of the mountain, something that had slumbered since before the age of dragons. Hobbit Verdecampo awoke with a gasp, his nightshirt drenched in cold sweat. The dream had come again, more vivid than ever before. Vast chambers hewn from living rock, adorned with symbols no mortal hand had shaped. Corridors that spiraled downward, ever downward, into a darkness that breathed. And at the center of it all, a chamber sealed behind doors of forgotten magic, containing... what? The dream always ended before he could see what lay beyond those doors, leaving him with nothing but a profound sense of dread and an inexplicable familiarity. "Just dreams," he muttered, lighting a candle with trembling fingers. But even as he spoke the words, a raven's harsh caw sounded from his window, an unmistakable summons bearing the seal of Durin's line. The throne room of Erebor dazzled with veins of gold that ran like frozen lightning through walls of polished granite. King Thorin III, Stonehelm, grandson of Dine Ironfoot, sat upon a throne carved from a single massive emerald, a gift from the elves of Mirkwood in recognition of the alliance that had endured since the great battle. "Hobbit Verdecampo of the Shire," announced the Chamberlain, his voice echoing in the cavernous hall. Dreamwalker and Farseer. Hobbit winced at the titles. He was neither a walker nor a seer, merely a hobbit plagued by unusually vivid dreams who had, on 3 separate occasions, accurately described places he had never visited. The first time had been an accident, a casual description of a hidden valley that led to the discovery of a new vein of mithril. The second, a dream of ancient dwarven tombs that proved to contain lost artifacts of immeasurable value. The third had been the dream of the deep places, the chambers no dwarf recalled constructing, the corridors that seemed to predate Erebor itself. "We have found them," King Thorin said without preamble as Hobbit approached the throne and bowed awkwardly. "The tunnels from your vision. They were uncovered yesterday during the expansion of the Eastern Mining Complex." A chill ran down Hobbit's spine despite the warmth of the hall. "And what did you find within, Your Majesty?" "Nothing," the king replied, his face grave. "And everything. The tunnels exist exactly as you described them, but they lead to sealed doors that resist all our attempts to breach them. Ancient magic guards them, older than any our lore masters recognize." Hobbit swallowed hard. "Why summon me then? I am no wizard, no warrior, just a hobbit far from home. Because the doors bear symbols identical to these." The king gestured, and a young dwarf stepped forward, carrying a parchment covered in intricate markings. "Symbols that appeared on your skin while you slept, according to the innkeeper. Symbols, your hands traced in the air before you awoke." Hobbit stared at the parchment in shock. The markings were unfamiliar to his waking mind, yet he felt a strange certainty that he could read them if only he tried. Before he could speak, the king continued, "You will lead an expedition to these depths. You will discover what lies beyond those doors, and if it threatens Erebor, you will help us neutralize it. I've selected 3 companions to accompany you." He gestured again, and 3 figures stepped forward from the shadows. "Frigga Stonecarver, keeper of our most ancient archives," the king said, indicating a young female dwarf whose auburn beard was carefully braided with silver clasps bearing runes of knowledge. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence behind spectacles of dwarvish crystal. Sigrid Dragonbane, granddaughter of Bard the Bowman and captain of Dale's elite guard. This was a tall woman, lean and weathered, with a long bow of dark wood strapped to her back and eyes that missed nothing. And Barrerow, traveller from the distant east. The third figure was the most unusual. Tall but lithe, clad in flowing garments of midnight blue, with features that seemed to subtly shift when not directly observed. His eyes, when they met Hobbits, contained neither pupils nor irises, merely swirling mist the color of winter skies. A shapeshifter, Hobbit breathed, recognizing the signs from old tales told around Shire fires. Barrerow inclined his head slightly. We prefer the term formwalker. My people have long memories, halfling, perhaps long enough to remember what dwells in the deepest dark. The descent began at dawn. Down they went, through the bustling upper levels where dwarves labored at forge and anvil, then deeper, into older tunnels where the architecture grew more primitive and ancient. Lower still, beyond the mines, beyond even the depths where the dragon had made his lair, until they reached a vertical shaft that seemed to descend into the very roots of the mountain. The new excavation broke through here, Frigga explained, consulting a map covered in annotations. The miners fled when they felt cold air rising from below, air that carried whispers in no tongue they recognized. Hobbit peered down into the abyss, feeling a curious mixture of dread and anticipation. In my dreams, there were stairs. Spiral stairs, carved with symbols that glowed blue in the darkness. Then you should lead the way, Sigrid said pragmatically, securing a rope around a sturdy outcropping of rock. Dreams or not, you're the only one who's seen what awaits us. The spiral staircase was exactly as Hobbit had dreamed it, impossibly ancient steps worn smooth by the passage of countless feet, yet no feet that any historian had ever recorded. The symbols carved into the central column did indeed glow with a faint blue luminescence, providing just enough light to prevent a misstep into the void that surrounded them. "These aren't dwarvish runes," Frigga murmured, running her fingers over the glowing symbols, "nor elvish script, nor any mortal tongue I've studied." "They're older," Barrerow said softly. From when the world was young and the firstborn races still walked between the stars, Hobbit felt a curious sensation as they descended, a deepening sense of familiarity, as if he were not discovering these depths, but returning to them after a long absence. His right hand began to tingle, and when he glanced down, he saw the same symbols from the staircase faintly visible on his skin, glowing with the same ethereal blue light. "Hobbit recognizes you," Barrerow observed, his voice betraying no surprise. "The mountain remembers, even if you do not." They descended for what seemed like hours, though time became difficult to track in the unchanging blue glow. Finally, the staircase ended at a vast circular chamber whose walls were covered in elaborate murals depicting scenes both beautiful and terrible. The creation of mountains, the birth of dragons, the binding of nameless entities into the very stone of the world. And at the center of the chamber stood the doors from Hobbit's dream, massive barriers of a metal that resembled silver but was darker, more lustrous, engraved with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "Moon silver," Frigga whispered, approaching the doors with scholarly reverence. "And a metal thought to exist only in legend, forged by the Valar themselves at the dawn of creation." "What does it say?" Sigrid asked, gesturing to the symbols that formed a perfect circle around the door's center. Frigga shook her head. "I cannot read it. The language predates our oldest records." Yet even as she spoke, Hobbit found himself stepping forward, drawn by an irresistible compulsion. The symbols on his hand glowed brighter, and words formed in his mind, not in Western or any tongue he knew, but somehow perfectly comprehensible. Here lies bound the devourer of light, the hunger that walks, sealed by the sacrifice of 7 who were one, until the pattern repeats and the dreamer returns, he translated, his voice sounding distant even to his own ears. The devourer, Verrill breathed, taking a step backward. So the old tales were true. Before dragons, before Balrogs, the dark powers created hungrier things, entities of pure consumption that threatened to unravel the very fabric of creation. And Erebor is its prison, Frigga concluded, her scholarly excitement now tempered with dread. Not just a kingdom or a treasury, a fortress built to contain something primordial. Sigrid's hand went to her bow. Then we leave it sealed and report back to the king. Some doors are meant to remain closed, but Hobbit could not move away from the doors. The glowing symbols had spread now, covering both his arms to the elbow in intricate, shimmering patterns. Memories not his own flooded his consciousness. Memories of light and song, of 7 beings joining their essence to create a seal, of one consciousness fragmenting and scattering into the bloodlines of the world's smallest, most overlooked people. A failsafe in case the seal ever weakened. I've been here before, he whispered. Not this body, but I was one of the 7. A fragment of me has lived in the bloodline of my family, waiting to be called if the seal weakened. He looked up at his companions, his eyes now glowing with the same blue light as the symbols, and it is weakening. Then we must strengthen it, Verrill said, his form shifting subtly, becoming more ethereal. If the devourer escapes, it will not stop at consuming Erebor. All of Middle-earth would fall to its hunger. Hobbit placed both hands on the doors, and the symbols flared blindingly bright. The chamber began to tremble, dust and small stones raining from the distant ceiling. The binding requires sacrifice, he said, knowledge flowing through him from some place beyond memory, a piece of the self, freely given. That was the original pact, 7 beings each giving a fragment of their essence to create the chains that bind the devourer. What kind of sacrifice? Sigrid asked sharply, notching an arrow to her bow as the trembling intensified. Memory, Hobbit replied, closing his eyes as understanding dawned. The sacrifice is memory. To renew the seal, I must give up the memory of this place, of what lies within, of the knowledge now flowing through me. I must forget, so that the seal can be sustained until the pattern repeats again, Frigga finished, understanding dawning in her scholarly eyes. Until another dreamer from your bloodline is called, generations hence, when the seal weakens once more. Hobbit nodded, resolution flowing through him. Stand back. When it's done, you must lead me out. Tell me nothing of what transpired here, only that our mission was accomplished. As his companions retreated to the edge of the chamber, Hobbit pressed his forehead to the cold moon-silver of the doors and whispered words that came from beyond his own understanding. Words of binding and sealing, of sacrifice freely given. The blue light flared to an intensity that forced the others to shield their eyes. When it faded, the symbols on the doors glowed with renewed vigor, and the trembling of the chamber subsided. Hobbit stood with his back to the doors, his expression confused, his eyes once again their normal color. Where are we? He asked, looking around in bewilderment. I remember descending into the mountain, but then Sigrid stepped forward, taking his arm gently. We've completed our task, Master Verdecampo. It's time to return to the upper levels. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Hobbit glanced back only once at the moon-silver doors, now silent and secure in the blue glow of ancient magic. For a fleeting moment, something stirred in the depths of his mind. a fragment of memory, a whisper of recognition, before dissolving like mist in morning sunlight. Deep beneath Erebor, the Devourer remained bound for another age of the world, and the pattern continued its inexorable cycle of watching, waiting, and when necessary, remembering what must be forgotten. Story 5. The ruins of Barad-dûr cast long shadows across the ash-strewn plains of Mordor, 20 years after the Dark Lord's fall. Though the Great Eye no longer watched from atop the obsidian tower, whispers still carried on the acrid winds, whispers of cults forming in hidden valleys, of treasures buried beneath the rubble, and of ancient powers stirring once more in forgotten chambers. But these distant rumors meant nothing to Hobbit Took Brandebuke until the day the ravens brought news that shattered his peaceful existence beneath the green hills of the Shire. "Gone," croaked the messenger raven as it perched upon the gnarled oak outside Hobbit's round door. "Eastern caravan taken. 43 small folk missing beyond the borders." Hobbit might have dismissed the bird's message as nothing more than a passing concern for strangers, had the raven not dropped a small silver button onto his palm. A button engraved with ivy leaves and stars, one he had personally fastened to his younger brother's traveling cloak before Milo departed with the Eastern trading party 2 months prior. Within the hour, Hobbit had strapped his father's weathered sword to his back, filled a pack with provisions, and set out eastward without fanfare or farewell. The son of heroes he might be, descended from those who had marched alongside the ring-bearer himself. But Hobbit had never sought adventure. The Shire folk called him reckless and impulsive, but only in matters of minor consequence, an ill-considered wager here, a foolhardy boast there. Never had he ventured beyond the borders of Breeland, content to live in the shadow of his parents' legends rather than forge his own. Now, as he passed beneath the great archway marking the eastern boundary of the lands he knew, Hobbit felt the weight of his inexperience like a stone in his stomach. The world beyond was vast and perilous, yet somewhere in that vastness, Milo waited, perhaps in chains, perhaps in worse circumstances. 12 days of hard travel brought Hobbit to the foothills of the Ash Mountains, where the land began to change. Grass gave way to scrub, which in turn surrendered to bare stone and grey dust. The air grew hotter, drier, tinged with the scent of sulfur and something else, something metallic and ancient. Here, between a series of jagged hills, he encountered the ruins of what had once been an outpost of Gondor, now transformed into a trading settlement where men of various clans gathered to exchange goods and information. It was in this lawless bazaar that Hobbit first heard the name that would guide his quest, the Crimson Hand. "A cult," explained a grizzled merchant from Dale, his eyes darting nervously as he leaned across his table of tarnished trinkets. "They believe Sauron's spirit lingers in the ashes, seeking a vessel to inhabit. They've been snatching up small folk for months now, hobbits primarily, though they'll take anything smaller than a man." "But why?" Hobbit asked, his hand instinctively touching the hilt of his sword. "What use have they for hobbits?" The merchant's voice dropped to a whisper. "Blood sacrifice. They believe halfling blood has properties. Something about resilience to corruption. The one who destroyed the ring was a halfling, wasn't he? They think that power runs in your veins." Hobbit's blood ran cold. "Where can I find them?" The merchant shook his head. "You don't find the Crimson Hand. They find you. Then, after a pause, but there's one who might help. A half-orc who trades in information, calls himself Grak, lives in the cliffs to the southeast, where the old aqueduct ends. Be warned, he hates all folk, but small folk most of all." The half-orc's dwelling was carved into the mountainside, accessible only by a narrow path that wound precariously around the cliff face. Grak himself proved as unwelcoming as his home, nearly 7 feet of scarred green flesh and yellowed tusks, dressed in the tattered remains of a ranger's cloak. "I don't help halflings," he growled when Hobbit stated his purpose. "Your kind brought nothing but trouble to these lands." "My kind," Hobbit challenged, standing his ground despite the trembling in his knees. "My kind destroyed the Dark Lord who would have enslaved yours, and then abandoned these lands to chaos," Grak spat. "The rangers who raised me taught honor and vigilance. Where was the vigilance of the West when the Crimson Hand began gathering power? Where was your honor when villages along the border were raided?" "I'm here now," Hobbit said quietly. "For my brother." Something shifted in the half-orc's yellow eyes, a flicker of recognition, perhaps even respect. "Blood calls to blood," he muttered. "Very well, I will take you to their territory, but no further. What you do there is your concern alone." As they traveled deeper into Mordor's desolation, Grak revealed what he knew. The Crimson Hand had established their stronghold in the ruins of Durthang, an ancient fortress that once guarded the northern passes. They were led by a figure known only as the Whisperer, rumored to be an elf who had refused the journey west, corrupted by centuries of isolation and desperate study of forbidden arts. "They seek a fragment," Grak explained, as they made camp beneath a twisted, leafless tree. "A shard of the One Ring, said to have been created separately by Celebrimbor before Sauron took him. A prototype, perhaps, or a safeguard. The legends say it lacks the corruption of the true ring but holds a measure of its power. And they need hobbit blood to find it." "To unlock it," Grak corrected. "The fragment responds only to innocence and resilience, qualities your kind possesses in abundance. Each sacrifice strengthens their divination magic, narrowing their search." Hobbit stared into the meager flames of their fire. "How many have they taken?" "Too many," was Grak's only answer. Durthang loomed against the ashen sky, its broken towers still imposing after centuries of neglect. From their vantage point on a neighboring ridge, Hobbit and Grak observed the movement of red-cloaked figures between the crumbling walls. "There," Grak pointed to a depression in the fortress's eastern section. "That was once a prison yard. Now it holds cages. Your brother, if he lives, will be there with the others." "You're not coming, are you?" Hobbit asked, though he already knew the answer. The half-orc handed him a crude map, scratched onto a piece of leather. "This shows the old tunnels beneath the fortress. They were used by slaves to smuggle food. Small passages made for creatures not much larger than yourself." He hesitated, then added, "If you find what they seek, destroy it. Some powers should remain lost." With those parting words, Grak melted back into the shadows, leaving Hobbit alone before the fortress of his nightmares. The tunnels were as narrow as promised, forcing Hobbit to crawl on hands and knees through centuries of dust and debris. Twice, he nearly turned back as the weight of stone above pressed down on his consciousness, but each time the thought of Milo drove him forward. He emerged into the prison yard as night fell. The cages Grak had mentioned were crude structures of iron and wood, containing dozens of huddled figures, hobbits from various regions, judging by their varied clothing styles. Hobbit scanned the captives frantically until a familiar voice called his name in a hoarse whisper. "Hobbit! By the stars, is that you?" Milo looked thinner, his face smudged with dirt and one eye swollen shut, but alive. Beside him, other prisoners stirred, hope kindling in eyes that had grown accustomed to despair. "I'm getting you all out," Hobbit promised, working at the primitive lock with a dagger. "You don't understand." Milo grabbed his arm. "They've found it. The fragment. The ritual begins at midnight." Cold dread settled in Hobbit's stomach. "Where?" "The inner sanctum, beneath the main tower. But Hobbit, you can't go alone. The Whisperer, He's not like anything you've ever faced. The lock finally gave way with a dull click. Get everyone to the tunnels, Hobbit instructed, handing Milo the map. Or I'll create a distraction. The inner sanctum of Durthang was a circular chamber beneath the fortress's heart, illuminated by braziers that burned with unnatural crimson flame. At its center stood an altar of black stone, and upon that altar rested a small object that seemed to pull at the very light around it. A curved fragment of metal, no larger than a fingernail, yet somehow vast in its presence. The Whisperer stood before it, tall and terrible, his elven beauty twisted by centuries of bitterness. His eyes, when they turned to Hobbit, were black pools without reflection. "The last sacrifice arrives willingly," he said, his voice melodic despite its cruelty. "How convenient! I've come for my people," Hobbit declared, sword drawn though his hands shook. "Nothing more." The Whisperer laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Yet here you stand before the very power we sought. Do you not feel it calling to you? It knows what flows in your veins, the same resilience that allowed your kind to resist the One Ring." And Hobbit did feel it, a gentle tugging at his mind, a whisper of promises. "Take me," it seemed to say. "With me, you could save them all. You could be the hero your parents were. You could protect the Shire forever. Your brother will be the first to die when my followers realize their prisoners are escaping," the Whisperer continued, circling Hobbit like a predator. "Unless you offer yourself in their place. One final sacrifice to complete our work." Hobbit stared at the fragment, understanding washing over him. This was no mere shard of metal. It was a seed of the same power that had nearly consumed Middle-earth, waiting for the right vessel, the right moment. "No one else dies today," Hobbit said quietly, and lunged not at the Whisperer, but at the altar itself. His fingers closed around the fragment. Power surged through him, intoxicating, overwhelming. For a heartbeat, Hobbit understood what had tempted so many before him. With this power, he could indeed save everyone. He could reshape the very mountains of Mordor. He could become exactly what they had fought to destroy. With a cry that tore from the depths of his soul, Hobbit staggered to the nearest brazier and thrust his closed fist into the crimson flames. Pain beyond imagining engulfed his hand, but he did not release the fragment. The Whisperer screamed in rage, lunging forward, only to be thrown back by a shockwave of power as the fragment began to melt within Hobbit's grasp. "Some powers should remain lost," Hobbit whispered through gritted teeth, echoing Grak's final advice. The fragment dissolved into liquid fire that ran between his fingers, dripping into the brazier where it sparked and hissed before vanishing entirely. With its destruction, the unnatural flames throughout the chamber extinguished themselves, plunging the sanctum into darkness. In that darkness, Hobbit felt rather than saw the Whisperer flee, broken by the loss of his ultimate prize. Dawn found a ragged procession of hobbits making their way across the plains of Gorgoroth, led by a small figure whose bandaged right hand would never again grip a sword properly. Behind them, Durthang stood silent and empty, the cult of the Crimson Hand scattered without their leader or their purpose. "They'll tell stories about you now," Milo said as they walked side by side. Hobbit took Brandebuke, who journeyed into Mordor and faced down ancient evil. Hobbit gazed back at the mountain fortress, already growing small in the distance. "I didn't defeat him. He's still out there somewhere. But you destroyed what he sought," Milo countered. "And you saved 43 lives. That's a tale worth telling." As they turned their faces toward home, Hobbit thought he glimpsed a figure watching from a distant ridge, tall and greenish in the morning light. Grak raised a hand in silent salute before disappearing once more into the landscape of Mordor, Some powers should remain lost, but some bonds of blood, of friendship, of unexpected alliance, those were worth preserving. In the end, perhaps that was the only magic that truly mattered. Story 6. The ancient hills of the Shire stood silent under a blanket of stars, their gentle slopes bathed in silver moonlight that had witnessed the passing of countless ages. Upon the highest hill, silhouetted against the velvet sky, stood Bag End, and before it, a weathered figure whose eyes still sparkled with the light of adventures long past. Hobbit, now bearing the dignified silver hair of his 93 years, leaned upon a walking stick carved with runes of distant lands, his gaze fixed upon the eastern horizon where the constellations told stories only the wisest could read. It began with a tear in the fabric of night, a brilliant streak of azure and gold that split the darkness, descending not with the familiar arc of a falling star, but with purpose and direction. Hobbit felt it before he saw it fully, a tremor in the air that awakened memories of magic and peril from decades long buried. The light plummeted beyond the east farthing, striking Earth with a silent impact that belied its celestial origin. No sound disturbed the cricket song of the summer night, yet Hobbit felt the collision reverberate through the ground beneath his hairy feet. "Well then," he murmured to himself, reaching for the walking stick he rarely needed but always carried, "it seems one last adventure has come calling." Dawn found him already miles from home, following old paths with the confident steps of one who had walked them countless times. The sunrise illuminated a face lined with years, yet animated by curiosity, undimmed by time. Around his neck hung a small crystal vial containing light collected from distant realms, a parting gift from elven friends now gone across the sea. At his hip hung Sting, the elvish blade whose blue glow had once warned of orcs and goblins, now wrapped in cloth that concealed its legendary gleam. The journey to the impact site took the better part of the morning, leading Hobbit through meadows where wildflowers bowed their heads in the gentle breeze. As he crested the final hill, the verdant landscape gave way to a perfect circle of crystalline ground. Grass transformed to glittering shards that caught the morning light in prisms of impossible color. At the circle's center lay not the charred remnant of a fallen star, but a being of pure radiance curled within a translucent shell, pulsing with a heartbeat of golden light. "Well, you're certainly not from Bree," Hobbit remarked, approaching with caution born of experience rather than fear. The creature unfurled slightly at his voice, revealing a form both humanoid and utterly alien, limbs of liquid light flowing beneath a membrane that separated its essence from the world around it. Where a face might be, there existed only brighter concentrations of luminescence, yet Hobbit felt its awareness focus upon him with unmistakable intelligence. When the being spoke, it was not with words, but with visions that blossomed within Hobbit's mind. Vast starlit spaces, worlds beyond counting, and a darkness more ancient than the mountains themselves, moving with terrible purpose through the cosmos. A name formed in his thoughts, remembered from tales told in Rivendell long ago. Ungoliant, the primeval hunger, devourer of light, mother of all shadows. I had rather hoped to spend my remaining years writing my memoirs. Hobbit sighed, settling himself beside the luminous being. But it seems the most interesting chapter is yet to be written. He named the creature Lumen, finding comfort in giving a simple name to something so utterly beyond the ordinary. By afternoon, through patient exchanges of thought and memory, Hobbit learned the truth. Lumen was a messenger, the last of its kind, sent to warn that Ungoliant, thought to have devoured herself in the depths of time, had been awakened from her impossible slumber by disciples of darkness seeking to complete what Sauron had failed to achieve. The great Spider Mother now fed upon stars beyond sight, growing stronger with each light extinguished, her hunger driving her inexorably toward Middle-earth. As evening approached, a shadow fell across the land, not the natural dimming of day's end, but a palpable darkness that seemed to consume rather than displace the light. From the direction of Waymeet, a village just beyond the borders of Hobbiton, came no sounds of evening activity, no lamps being lit against the gathering dark. Silence reigned where there should have been the cheerful noise of Hobbit life. Guided by Lumen's urgent pulses, Hobbit approached the village beneath a sky now stripped of stars. The homes of Waymeet stood empty, doors ajar, meals abandoned on tables, as though their inhabitants had simply evaporated mid-bite. In the village square, the well known for its sweet water now brimmed with utter blackness that moved with subtle purpose, tendrils of shadow reaching out to taste the air. An outpost, Hobbit whispered, understanding flowing from Lumen's silent communication. Her children have already begun preparing the way. That night, under cover of what little natural darkness remained, Hobbit returned to Bag End. His hands, once steady enough to pick the most intricate locks, now trembled slightly as he packed provisions into an old traveling pack. From a chest sealed with elvish words of warding, he retrieved Sting, unwrapping the blade with reverence. "Uncle? Are you going somewhere?" Frodo stood in the doorway, youth written in every line of his face, curiosity burning in eyes that reminded Hobbit so much of himself in younger days. "We are going somewhere," Hobbit corrected, offering a smile that concealed the weight of his knowledge. How would you like to hear a story that isn't written in any of my books?" By morning, they had crossed the borders of the Shire, Lumen concealed within Hobbit's crystal vial, where it glowed against his chest like a captive star. Frodo walked beside him, excitement warring with apprehension in his youthful features. The path north would lead them through lands long abandoned by all but the most reclusive or desperate souls. On the third day, as they made camp beneath the broken arches of an ancient watchtower, the first of their unlikely companions found them. The orc called himself Razgut, though he claimed to have abandoned that name along with his allegiance to darkness. His skin bore the scars of punishment, one eye replaced with a crystal that gleamed within a light. "I have seen the hunger awakening," Razgut growled, keeping his distance from the fire as though unworthy of its warmth. "I have watched my brethren sacrifice themselves to feed it fragments of their essence. The shadows speak of consuming all light, but I have walked in darkness long enough to know there is nothing there worth preserving." Hobbit, who had once fled at the mere mention of orcs, now studied the creature with measured consideration. "But the road ahead welcomes all who choose light over darkness," he said finally, "though it may lead to a fate darker still if we fail." The dwarf found them as they forded the Bruinen, her arrival heralded by the strains of a song in Kuzdul that spoke of stars as the eyes of ancient kings watching from beyond death's veil. Cora Stargazer carried no axe, but instead a brass instrument of lenses and mirrors that allowed her to study the heavens with unprecedented clarity. "The constellations are vanishing," she announced without preamble, her beard braided with tiny crystals that caught the light. "Night by night, the elder patterns fade. My clan called it superstition. I call it extinction." Together, this improbable fellowship followed the guidance of Lumen northward, through lands where ancient kingdoms had crumbled to dust beneath the weight of passing ages. In valleys untouched by mortal feet for centuries, they discovered stone circles aligned with stars now missing from the sky. On weathered walls, they found carvings depicting small figures bearing flames against encroaching darkness. "These are hobbits," Frodo whispered in awe, tracing figures no taller than his hand, etched into monuments built before men walked the earth. "The Guardians of the Flame," Cora translated from inscriptions in a tongue predating even dwarven records. When the first dark came upon the world, they were tasked with carrying light into places where greater beings feared to tread. Hobbit felt the weight of revelation settle upon him like a mantle. "We were never meant to be merely gardeners and farmers," he murmured. "We were light-bearers once." As they journeyed into the northern mountains, where perpetual twilight had ruled since the breaking of the world, Lumen's light grew dimmer. The being's communications became fragmented, urgency overwhelming coherence. In a valley where no sun had touched stone since the First Age, they found what Lumen had been guiding them toward, a temple cut into the living mountain, its entrance flanked by statues of small figures holding aloft crystalline flames, now dark and lifeless. Within the ancient sanctuary, Hobbit felt recognition stir in his blood, a birthright forgotten by generations who had sought comfort over purpose. At the temple's heart stood a basin of silver, long empty of the sacred fire it was built to house. Above it, a roof opened to heavens now devoid of stars, a perfect circle of absolute darkness that seemed to pulse with hunger. "She comes," Razgut hissed, his crystal eye flaring with painful brightness. "The Mother of Shadows approaches." Hobbit felt it too, a pressure beyond physical sensation, the weight of an intelligence vast and alien turning its attention upon Middle-earth. Lumen's light flickered desperately within the vial, a candle in a hurricane. "What can we possibly do against something that devours light itself?" Frodo asked, youth finally giving way to the fear that circumstances warranted. Hobbit removed the vial, feeling sting warm against his hip as though awakening to a long-forgotten purpose. In that moment, as darkness gathered above them like a storm of negation, he understood the choice before him with perfect clarity. "Lumen came not just with warning, but with gift," he said softly. "Me, the essence of stars, beyond counting, preserved against this very moment." He passed the vial to Frodo, whose hands closed around it instinctively. "I have had my adventures, my dear boy. I have seen wonders beyond telling and terrors beyond description. Now it falls to you to write the next chapter." Drawing sting, Hobbit approached the ancient basin. The blade, forged in Gondolin before the world was broken and remade, began to sing with a high, clear note that pierced the gathering darkness. As he held it aloft, light blazed from its edges. Not the familiar blue warning of orcs nearby, but a brilliant white radiance that banished shadows from every corner of the temple. "I am Hobbit Baggins of Bag End," he declared to the watching darkness. "Once burglar, now light-bearer. And I remember what you fear." With a single stroke, he touched Sting's glowing edge to the basin's rim. Silver metal sang against elven steel, and from the point of contact, flame erupted, not the orange gold of mundane fire, but the pure white brilliance of starlight made manifest. As the sacred flame took hold, Hobbit felt rather than heard Ungoliant's distant scream of rage and fear. The darkness above them recoiled, then surged downward with renewed fury. "Now, Frodo!" Hobbit called, his voice stronger than it had been in decades. With trembling hands, Frodo shattered the vial against the basin's edge, releasing Lumen's essence into the newborn flame. Light exploded outward, enveloping Hobbit in a corona of radiance that transformed him momentarily into a figure of legend. Not a mere hobbit, but the embodiment of an ancient promise that darkness would never claim final victory. In that blinding moment, as light and shadow clashed in primordial combat, Hobbit made his choice. The last adventure would not be recorded in his memoirs, but in the actions of those who would carry forward what he had rediscovered. His final journey would take him into myth, joining the constellation of stories that guide travelers through darkest night. And somewhere in the Shire, for generations thereafter, Hobbit children would look to the northern sky where a new star burned with unwavering light. and they would whisper the tale of the hobbit who rekindled the flame of the small folk when darkness threatened to devour the world.